The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Bellman. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Dear Heavenly Father, with bowed heads and lowered eyes, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for waking us up this morning, and thank you for allowing us to gather here one more time. God, we thank you for the awesome opportunity to represent our communities in the Pennsylvania House and for the awesome responsibility to take care of this Commonwealth. We ask that you be with us, walk with us throughout the day. God, your word declares that we should not lean to our own understanding, but acknowledge you in all of our ways, and you will direct our path. So we acknowledge you this morning, and we humbly ask for your direction. We ask that you continue to strengthen this body. Even when we have different opinions, allow us to operate in a spirit of unity. And even when we don't see eye to eye, allow us to operate in a spirit of love. While we are here, we ask for your wisdom, your strength, and your courage to serve the people. Forgive us for anything that we've done that's not pleasing in your sight. And as you are the Prince of Peace, God, we ask that you keep us in the midst of it all. Get glory out of today. God, please bless our communities, bless our districts, bless this Commonwealth, and please continue to bless the United States of America. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Sergeants at arms, please open the doors of the House. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Monday, July 1st, 2024 will be postponed until printed. Our colleague who serves Westmoreland has his youngest constituents here. The House will come to order. Our colleague that serves Westmoreland County has his favorite youngest constituent here this morning. Representative DeVanzo is joined on the floor of the House. He has seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum his daughter, Brielle DeVanzo, who visited the chair this morning for a brief chat on how I love the Eagles, and apparently she loves the Chiefs. Brielle plays volleyball, basketball, and softball. Her rec softball league just won the state championship, and one day, Brielle will be attending the University of Oklahoma. Colleagues, let's welcome Brielle. Please take your conversations off the floor of the House. Have your seats. Also seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum, our colleague that serves Fayette County, Representative Warner, has his son Ben here this morning. Ben plays baseball, basketball, and apparently loves eating at Taco Bell. He also enjoys going to the beach, and he hopes to do that with his family this summer. Let's properly welcome Ben, all the way from Fayette, here with his dad today. Stand up, Ben. In the gallery, our colleague that serves Montgomery County, Representative Malagiri, has his legislative interns here. We are excited to welcome Jack Land and Jack Bachman. Jack Land is from Harleysville and attends Temple University. Please stand. He's studying political science and Spanish. And we have Jack Bachman, who is a student at Brown University, a sophomore, studying business economics, modern culture, and media. We're so grateful for all the good work you'll do this summer in Montgomery County alongside Representative Malagiri. Welcome. that serves Westmoreland, Representative Cooper, has up in the gallery this morning Elle Karen, a student from Representative Cooper's office. Elle recently graduated from Shadyside Academy and will be attending the Southern Methodist University to pursue political science, economics, and religious studies. Elle, please stand. Thank you for working this hard this summer. We're grateful to have you today. Our colleague that serves Lancaster, Representative Jones, has Chrissy Hitz here. Chrissy is his constituent and one of his friends, and she is here advocating on behalf of widows. Chrissy, thank you for your advocacy. Welcome. Finally, our colleague that serves Montgomery County, Representative Scott, has his district office staff and interns here back at the Capitol. Up in the gallery, Zachary Newman is here with their interns, Connor Rancher, a student at Ursinus, Madison Coleman, a student at Spelman, Brian Jimenez, who is also an intern for the summer. Welcome, glad to see you all. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Monday, July 1st, 2024 will be postponed until printed. The chair is in receipt of the following report, which the clerk will now read.
An annual report in accordance with provisions of the Public Official and Employees Ethics Act from the Pennsylvania State Ethics Commission regarding the annual report of the Commission operations for calendar year 2023.
Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 202 members having voted on the master roll. A quorum is present. The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, Chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2450, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2473, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. Senate Bill 688, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 1144, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, July 2nd, 2024. House Bill 2475 to Commerce, House Bill 2476 Education, House Bill 2474 Housing and Community Development, House Bill 2477 to Labor and Industry.
Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 1477 and House Bill 2096. With the information, the Senate has passed the same without amendment. Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 1477, House Bill 2096, Senate Bill 149, Senate Bill 464, Senate Bill 645, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
The chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 1477, House Bill 2096, Senate Bill 149, Senate Bill 464, and Senate Bill 645.
Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Schlossberg, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be an immediate meeting of the House Rules Committee upon the break. House Democrats will caucus at 3 o'clock. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 4.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the Minority Caucus Chair, Representative Dunbar, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please don't shoot the messengers. Republicans will caucus at 2:30. Republicans will caucus at 2:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia for a committee announcement. Representative Young.
The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately after the Rules Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus room.
House stands in recess until 4 o'clock unless sooner recalled. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Solomon, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness Committee will meet at the break in Irvis G50. Veterans Affairs, Irvis G50 at the break. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. House stands in recess until 4 o'clock p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. hour of 4 p.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members will take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 127, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 2012, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 2064, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. House Bill 2232, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 2269, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. Senate Bill 82, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. Senate Bill 447, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. Senate Bill 916, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. The Chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1962, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 2010, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 2162, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 2391, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 2451, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. The Chair recognizes Representative Solomon, Chair of the Committee on Veterans and Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 375, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. H.R. 482, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the resolution? It's agreed to. House Resolution 487, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals July 2nd, 2024. House Bill 2481 to Commerce, Senate Bill 1183 Education, Senate Bill 522 Games and Fisheries, House Resolution 388 Human Services, Senate Bill 1228 Judiciary, House Bill 2478 Labor and Industry, House Bill 2479, House Bill 2480, both to local government, House Bill 2482 State Government, House Resolution 493, House Resolution 494, both to tourism and economic and recreational development.
Chair recognizes the Minority Whip, who requests leave for the gentleman from Chester, Representative Lawrence. Without objection, the leave will be granted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 480, printer's number 3346, on page 9 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating June 23rd, 2024 as Widows and Widowers Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Tom Jones.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the Chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to just offer Resolution 480, designating June 23rd, 2024 as Widows and Widowers Day. In these chambers, obviously we have a lot of debate, a lot of conversation, and sometimes we're very divided. But when it comes to these issues that affect us all as human beings, it's one of those things where we can come together and recognize that we all share the same Creator, and we all share the same loved ones and goals that we care for. With that, I'd like to turn over my time to Representative Curry, if that's okay with you, Madam Speaker.
Absolutely. The Chair thanks the gentleman, the maker of the resolution. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, I'd like to thank the maker of the bill who came to me in light of my situation, which is almost about a year, on July 21st, of joining the group, the club called the Widows Club, which is not the best club to be in, but a representative came to me and said that he really wanted to identify this as a resolution because a lot of people don't know, but widows, especially when you're widowed young, widows are statistically most underprepared financially and can really have a very difficult time with raising children and all of the things that come with your spouse leaving too soon. So I thank Representative Jones for bringing this to the forefront of making June 23rd, the Widows and Widowers Day, to identify and recognize that those who have lost their partners, their spouses, their married partners who they thought they would have for a lifetime need to be recognized and taken care of, not only by their friends and family, but by the people who can help to make it an easier space in all of those areas that we just talked about. Thank you very much for bringing your advocacy group today, and for all of those who have been wonderful in this space. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 200, the nays are 1. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2010, printers number 2569 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Clerk will read the summary of the bill.
This bill ensures wider distribution of grants from the Veterans Trust Fund.
Well, the House agreed the bill is agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2162, printers number 3319 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill allows for the relocation of tenants who are crime victims who reside in the housing authorities.
Well, the House agreed the bill is agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2391, printers number 3726 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends Title 74 to provide for a state safety oversight office.
Well, the House agreed the bill is agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2451, printers number 3441 on Supplemental Calendar A. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill eliminates prohibitions and limitations for certified poultry technicians.
Well, the House agreed the bill is agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 187, printers number 0273 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill changes child pornography to child sexual abuse material in the Child Internet Protection Act.
Well, the House agreed the bill is agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 700, printers number 1183 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the public school code to make it easier for individuals with relevant work experience to become a career and technical educator.
Well, the House agreed the bill is agreed to. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1092, printers number 1405 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill allows insurers and insurance agents to offer value-added products and services.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wayne rise? Representative Alsummer. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wayne rise? Representative Alsummer.
Did I press? No, it's on. It's on. You're good. Madam Speaker, I think I might have bumped it accidentally. Sorry.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wayne rise? Representative Alsummer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to request a conflict of interest ruling. Madam Speaker, I'm a licensed insurance agent in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. My company participates in the types of promotional programs under consideration in Senate Bill 1092. The language of this legislation would impact me no more, no less than other licensed agents in Pennsylvania. Nevertheless, I would like a ruling on my ability to vote on this legislation.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair finds that the gentleman is a member of a class and therefore may vote. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1231, printers number 1666, on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the Decent Estates Fiduciaries Code by providing for establishment of directed trust for non-judicial settlements of trust accounts.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1685, printers number 3214, on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires AEDs at interscholastic athletic events.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Brennan offers Amendment A05215. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the amendment and the bill. Gentleman from Bucks, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment cleans up the language. It adds marching band directors to the groups of people to be instructed on the use of AEDs and CPR. It also clarifies that cardiac emergency response plans are needed for athletic activities and for school buildings. And finally, it removes a lot of duplicative language. So I'd ask for an affirmative vote on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will vote no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendments. The ayes are 201, the nays are 0. Amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1962, printers number 3373 on page 1, supplemental calendar A. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill allows family members who care for a minor child an opportunity to apply for a temporary assistance for needy families' benefits on behalf of the child.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Briggs offers A05352. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the majority chair of Judiciary, the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment A5352 is a technical amendment and is an agreed-to amendment. I encourage all the members to vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 201, the nays are 0. The amendment's adopted. Representative Kaufman offers Amendment A05373. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Minority Chair of Judiciary, Representative Kaufman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask for your support for my amendment A05373, which would require the Department of Human Services to place a photo of the authorized user of an EBT card on that card. This proposal is important to reduce the incidence of waste, fraud, and abuse in our public assistance program. I ask for your support for the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the Majority Whip. Gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
The gentleman, Representative Miller, makes a motion. The gentleman is in order, may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a motion to table amendments A05373 and A05376 pursuant to House Rule 59.
Representative Miller moves all remaining amendments be laid on the table. On that question, members are reminded. Motion to lay on the table is debatable by the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill. On the motion, the chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Miller, for debate. On the motion, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster for debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose the motion to table both of these amendments. I think the good lady is attempting to work on the underlying bill that could only be improved if we actually got to the substance of these amendments. Madam Speaker, people who cheat the system cheat those who need it. And these amendments would ensure that the money goes to those who need it and make sure that their needs are met. In prior sessions, we've made great progress in these areas, and these amendments would do so again. I would urge opposition to the motion to table so that we can actually discuss the merits of the underlying bill. That is a matter of fact, the entire reason that we are here, to have a good debate on the issues.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the motion to table. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Kaufman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would adamantly oppose the motion to table these amendments and my amendment specifically. I know that everyone in this House is looking at the budget very carefully, and this is one of those issues that would continue to help reduce the waste in our system, and is something that I would be surprised if a majority of this body would not support. So I oppose the motion to table.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lycoming, Representative Ham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose the tabling of my amendment A05376, as His Excellency, when he served as Attorney General, said that there was $3 billion worth of fraud in our system. And so my amendment would help.
The gentleman will suspend. The question before the House in this moment is whether the House should or should not table all remaining amendments. This is not the time to discuss the merits or lack thereof of such amendments. The gentleman is encouraged to keep his remarks on whether or not this House should table these amendments. The gentleman may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that there is fraud in the system, and that's why this amendment should be taken up. Thank you.
Those in favor of the motion to table will vote aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. The ayes are 102, the nays are 99. Majority having voted in the affirmative, all remaining amendments are laid on the table. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 186, printers number 1678 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill changes child pornography to child sexual abuse material in Title 18 and 61.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Gregory offers Amendment A05364. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Blair, Representative Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment today, A05364, covers material that we have voted on in this chamber on many occasions. It provides a 2-year civil window for victims of child sexual abuse. It also waives sovereign and governmental immunity retroactively to permit those victims to bring a civil action for child sexual abuse. Now, if all of that sounds familiar, it's because we have voted on it in this form of a constitutional amendment in 2019, in 2022, and in 2023. We also voted on it in the form of a statute in 2018, and most recently as a statute in 2023. In fact, we passed it as such twice in 2023, once through the regular session and through the special session. Just a reminder, historical perspective, the only reason that this issue has not yet been addressed is the failure of the Department of State to properly publish the constitutional amendment that was passed in 2019. Now, as painful as that was to the victims of child sexual abuse, for all involved, that has had to be viewed as in the past. We cannot change it. However, right here, right now, we have an opportunity to write a new ending to this long and arduous story. By adopting this amendment, this bill will be sent to the Pennsylvania Senate with only a committee vote and a final floor vote that remains before the victims can have their day to be heard. At long last, we can get this done this week. Madam Speaker, colleagues, I ask for your support of this amendment. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor, chair recognizes the majority whip. Gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to join in the gentleman's comments and urge our support for this change to this Senate bill. His comments, of course, are right, spot on the money. We appreciate his work on this issue. It does reflect what this body has done over and over again. And so I would ask everybody to vote in the affirmative in support of the gentleman's amendment today.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 134, the nays are 67. The amendment is adopted. Well, the House agreed the bill is agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 1246, printers number 1780 on page 6 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends Title 74 to establish the State Safety Oversight Office within the Department of Transportation.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Nielsen offers Amendment A05342. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Transportation, Representative Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask the members to support A05342. This amendment makes a technical change to the definition of the State Safety Oversight Program standard. This amendment is supported by the administration, SEPTA, Pittsburgh Regional Transit. This bill has been negotiated for several months and is something we have to codify into law. I appreciate everyone's support on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 171. The nays are 30. The amendment is adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 127. Print is number 0110 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends Title 75 to provide for learner's permits and driver's licenses for homeless children and youth.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken, and members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. Yeas are 122, the nays are 79. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up Senate Bill 298, printers number 0990 on page 6 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends Title 75 and equipment standards, further providing for vehicle doors.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair's understanding that Representative Roy withdraws A05372. Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2012, printers number 3461 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. On the House agree the bill is agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill creates the Pennsylvania Open Markets Act.
This bill is being considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House? Finally, on that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill. Gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Piscitano. Gentleman yields his time to the gentleman from Mercer, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 2012 seeks to enact for the first time in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania a state antitrust bill. We are the only state in the nation without an antitrust law. After reading this bill and the process that was undertaken to consider this bill, we should remain the only state in Pennsylvania or in the United States without an antitrust law. But that does not mean that Pennsylvania is without antitrust protection. Federal law dominates and controls the area of antitrust law in the United States and in Pennsylvania. There are 3 major acts that control antitrust activity in the United States and in the Commonwealth: the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890, the Clayton Antitrust Act of 1914, and the Federal Trade Commission Act of 1914 give all citizens and businesses protection from antitrust activity and authorize both the federal and state governments to enforce their provisions. Some legal critics will say, however, that Pennsylvania is limited in the damages that can be recovered in antitrust actions without a state law. But I would prefer limitation of state power over businesses that are opposed to an expansive exercise and control in legislation that first poorly defines what is antitrust activity, secondly greatly expands investigatory powers of the Attorney General's office, and thirdly singles out one business in the Commonwealth for special antitrust regulation, and that is our nonprofit hospitals. The antitrust law is a highly specialized law that the government attempts to regulate businesses. I would suggest to you that there is no attorney in the General Assembly that has specialized in the area of antitrust litigation. Yet we are being asked to consider a very challenging bill without one single legislative hearing, where our members could hear from legal scholars in the antitrust field on all sides of this complex issue. Now, it is my understanding that this bill was written by the Attorney General's office, and we should be very careful in giving power to a governmental agency that actually writes the legislation, granting them that power. We should have a very balanced view of this legislation by those who may have a different opinion than the Attorney General's office, who not only wrote the power, setting forth the legislation, granting it that power, but also will be exercising this power. The definitions within this legislation are very vague. The restraint of trade, the acquisition definition, and the monopoly definition are so vague that any merger could violate its terms. We need further insight of this legislation by specialists in this field. It would greatly assist us in determining the fairness of this legislation, the definitions of this legislation, and whether the Attorney General office has gone too far in giving itself its own powers. A major concern within this legislation is that the Attorney General has the unilateral right to initiate an investigation into antitrust activity. The commencement of an investigation by the Attorney General's office has no legal definition whatsoever as to its initiation. There are no factors that the Attorney General's office must meet to start this investigation. It can open an investigation without establishing any probable cause, without establishing any particular concern. It can open an investigation merely on suspicion. And our citizens and our businesses should not be subject to an investigation based upon suspicion alone. As part of this investigation, the Attorney General then has given itself unilateral power to seek information from our citizens. They can require our citizens to be put under oath, subject to the penalties of perjury. They can subpoena witnesses to their offices to conduct interviews. They can subpoena documents. They can require people to answer interrogatories, all without setting forth any standard of probable cause, or at least reasonable suspicion of antitrust activity. There is no standard then for the Attorney General to initiate and to conduct an investigation. Now, the law does say that a citizen can go to court and challenge a subpoena, but why should we put the burden on the citizen to try and set forth a subpoena? The burden should be on the Attorney General to set forth a standard in court by which this subpoena should be granted and issued to our citizens. The burden of proof should never be on the citizen, and yet that is exactly what this particular act does. Government investigations occur all the time without the power of subpoena. If you worked in a district attorney's office or you work in a police department, those investigations all occur without subpoena power. And yet the Attorney General who drafted this legislation gives itself inherent subpoena power without any definition of the initiation of that subpoena or the investigation itself. Whatever happened to the Fourth Amendment, that probable cause must be set forth before we begin to seize documents and materials from our citizens. There are serious questions of trust, then, in this antitrust legislation. There are also other significant concerns with this legislation. There is a long list of damages that our businesses are exposed to, including triple the amount of damages that can be collected. The bill also provides that the Attorney General can recover legal fees, expert witness fees, investigative costs if the Attorney General wins the lawsuit. But what if the Attorney General loses the lawsuit? There are no similar fees there available for that business, and all of the attorney's fees that it has expended in defending the investigation, its witness fees as well, its investigative costs. What's good for the government is not good for the citizen. The government has said, we want reimbursed for our investigation, our legal fees, our investigative costs if we win. But if we lose, we don't have to pay that business anything, despite the fact that it has incurred tremendous expense in defending such an action. What is good for the government then under this bill is not good enough for our citizens. The legislation also is a general piece of antitrust legislation. And yet what does it do? It singles out one business in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for special attention. One single business, and that is our nonprofit hospitals, the bastion of charitable care in this state. No other institution provides charitable care at the level that our hospitals do, and yet this bill singles them out for special antitrust investigation and regulation. Hospitals continue to be a target of this body during this session. The beat goes on with this particular legislation. In addition to the civil penalties that are set forth in this legislation, the bill also places criminal penalties upon those who they allege to be involved in such activity. Up to 4 years in prison, a $1 million fine. This is a very tough piece of legislation that penalizes our businesses and our businessmen and women too aggressively. These are just some of the major concerns that I have with this particular legislation. The real concern, however, is that we do not know enough about this law And that causes even greater concerns because we have our leading business organizations saying, slow the process down. Let's have some hearings and see what the consequences of this law may be. Now, the Attorney General's office says businesses are leaving the state because we don't have antitrust legislation. I don't accept that statement for one moment. You've seen a list of the leading business organizations in Pennsylvania say, slow it down. We don't support this legislation. We all say we want a friendlier business environment in Pennsylvania. And now we have an opportunity to put into action what our words have been. We have an opportunity to show our businesses that we are fair, we are balanced, and we are listening to them. They're saying they'd like an opportunity for input. They have not been given any opportunity whatsoever. Before we take action, before we give more power to a governmental agency that wrote the very bill, we need to take our time and study this legislation. Because once you give a governmental agency power, this power will only expand in the future. We need to be careful in what we do. We need to slow this process down. Let's trust one another then in this process to get this antitrust legislation right. We owe that to our citizens, we owe that to their families, and we owe that to the businesses of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you for your attention.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to read for you just a few sentences that we received from the Office of Attorney General about this legislation. The Office of Attorney General has been pursuing antitrust legislation from us for nearly 50 years. That spans both sides of the aisle in terms of the Attorney General's office. And they had this to say: Pennsylvania is the only state in the nation that does not have a statute with regard to antitrust. This means that the Office of Attorney General has to rely on the federal antitrust statute when we act on behalf of the Commonwealth to ensure a competitive marketplace. Federal law can take us only so far, because while it gives us the standing to file litigation, it does not give us the tools to conduct investigations. Our office currently relies on targets of investigations voluntarily turning over evidence that could incriminate them, and we also rely on other states to share information. They go on to say that our not having an antitrust statute costs us billions of dollars. I would go one step further to say it is costing Pennsylvania businesses billions and billions, if not trillions of dollars. I want to say that again. Not having an antitrust statute is costing our businesses because of anti-competitive practices. Let me give you some examples. Right now, the state of Pennsylvania is without the ability in antitrust to go over large social media conglomerates or monopolies for anti-competitive language on social media, for forcing other people out of the marketplace of ideas. I would like the Attorney General to have the opportunity to investigate Facebook if that's warranted for anti-competitive behaviors. Here's another one. Using social issues to form conglomerates to put negative pressure on other Pennsylvania companies. For example, Pennsylvania's energy. After the Paris Climate Accord, a group was mobilized called Climate Action 100+. Hundreds of big banks and money managers that together manage $60 trillion. That is an absolute juggernaut of money being leveraged for one social issue to do absolute economic damage to Pennsylvania's energy. I want the Attorney General to have the opportunity to investigate that anti-competitive behavior. And in a similar way, the United States House of Representatives, its Judiciary Committee, has launched its own investigation into companies who have come together on social issues specifically to do damage to other companies who disagree with them on social issues. That is anti-competitive. We're the only state in the country that doesn't have a law that gives our Attorney General the opportunity to mitigate the damages being done to our companies by other companies coming together to put social, improper pressure on their competitors. And for those reasons, I actually encourage you to pass House Bill 2012. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair seeks additional speakers before moving to the maker of the bill. On that question, it recurs. Will the House finally pass House Bill 2012? Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Pisatano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask for the House's support for House Bill 2012, the Pennsylvania Open Markets Act, which creates a state antitrust statute. Passage of such a statute has been a policy goal for the Office of Attorney General for nearly 50 years. Our nation economy runs on a free market, creating wealth and success with good ideas and hard work. But a free market requires a fair market. Open competition is the engine of our economy, but every car needs guardrails to keep it on the road and speed limits to protect other drivers. As the previous speakers mentioned, Pennsylvania is the only state in the nation that does not have a state statute that protects consumers and businesses from antitrust harms with a clear right to relief. The only state in the union that does not have this type of law. That means that the dedicated attorneys at OAG's antitrust division fight these battles on behalf of Pennsylvanians with a hammer and a screwdriver, while every other state, red, blue, or purple, gives power tools to their attorney general. We can take an important step towards giving the highest law enforcement agency in the Commonwealth the same power that every other state has by passing House Bill 2012 today. And the need for this legislation is immense. From a policy standpoint, it's clear that our national economy is more consolidated than it has ever been since the robber baron era. We only have 4 major airlines, 4 major banks, 4 major oil companies, 1 major online retailer, and 2 of the largest grocery stores are trying to merge right now so that they can control 70% of the grocery business in the entire country. In 91 of the 157 primary industries, the 5 largest U.S. companies by revenue combine for at least 80% of total revenue among publicly traded companies in their respective industries. That's up from 71 industries 20 years ago. Corporate consolidation is the root of many problems we see in our economy today, from unaffordable housing costs to data privacy abuses by big tech. So our constituents and their families pay more for basic necessities, get less interest on savings accounts, and watch as other nations start taking the lead in innovation and manufacturing jobs. From a practical perspective, Pennsylvania's lack of a state antitrust statute costs our constituents money every single year. The lack of state antitrust law prevents Pennsylvania from recovering damages awarded as a result of successful multi-state litigation. So even if Pennsylvania joins other states in successfully suing a company for breaking the law, Pennsylvanians don't receive an equal share of damages awarded by the court. In one such case, other states received 85 cents on the dollar in recovery, while Pennsylvanians received a paltry 9 cents. In another case, PA consumers won $500 million, but will only get $50 million. The Attorney General estimates that the lack of a state law cost Pennsylvanians billions of dollars in recoverable relief. And we've heard a lot today and in the past few weeks about what this act supposedly does, but let me clear up a few things stated by opposition to this bill. The bill codifies existing antitrust statutes while explicitly providing tools to OAG. It makes no change in risk to law-abiding businesses, and businesses operating in multiple states are already subject to these legal standards. The bill is modeled on other states' existing antitrust laws and relies heavily on existing state and federal jurisprudence in its approach and definitions. So much so that we added language to an amendment yesterday that specifically called for harmonization with federal law. For members concerned during the amendments yesterday about private rights of action, I would point out that 49 other states, every other state in this country, includes private rights of action in their antitrust laws. Even Delaware, a favored state for corporate headquarters, added private rights of action to their state antitrust 3 days ago. Federal law also includes a private right to action. Every other state in the union, including high-growth states, red states, every state, have this type of state statute. For my friends who point out PA's uncompetitiveness at every chance they get, perhaps they consider that the business climate is so bad here because we lack this type of anti-competitive protections that every other state has. The bottom line is that the Commonwealth's top law enforcement officer is asking for the same tools available to every other state in order to protect the free market and ensure that those found violating the law are held accountable. And when monopolists break the law, Pennsylvanians have the same access to monetary relief as the citizens of every other state. Today, we have a chance to pass a comprehensive bill that addresses a need that for nearly 50 years has been unmet in Pennsylvania. I'm a capitalist. I believe in the fair market kept fair by law enforcement with the right tools. This asks if you believe in that too. I ask for your affirmative vote on House Bill 2012. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Those in favor of the bill, agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 112, the nays are 89. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, bill passes the House finally, and the clerk present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2064, printers number 3462 on page 1 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to bill agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill protects older adults against financial exploitation.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Bucks, Representative Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This legislation is intended to provide guardrails for older Pennsylvanians who may be a victim of financial exploitation. With modern technology, these scams have increased dramatically and became more brazen. Recent testimony in Bucks County stated for one bank alone, customers are losing tens of thousands of dollars each week. Statewide, the estimate is close to $5 billion lost annually to fraud, scams, and financial exploitation. That is real money. And for some of our constituents, it's their life savings, it's a property tax payment, it's something they wanted to leave behind for their loved ones, but now stolen. While not perfect, with this legislation, tools will be provided to financial institutions to help seniors stop these transactions, protect them from further exploitation, and keep their hard-earned money in their account where it belongs. Madam Speaker, this legislation has been discussed for years with no action. Only through bipartisan efforts have we gotten it this far. That is why I want to thank my colleagues who helped work on this legislation, including Representative Fleming and Representative Monroe. I look forward to working with our colleagues in the Senate to get this done for older Pennsylvanians. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks, Representative Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is very personal to me. A year ago, I noticed something odd about my mother. See, she had said that her bank was, quote unquote, mad at her. This, of course, led to more questions, and at the end of that conversation, I discovered that 2 years of ongoing fraud that was slowly stripped away the savings of my parents. You see, over 2 years ago, my stepfather, who's raised me since I was 4, was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. As his failing health garnered more and more of our attention, this distracted us from another horrible affliction that seniors suffer. This past year, we lost my father, Kevin Murphy, to this horrible disease, but in the waning bouts of clarity, this 27-year former police detective knew that something was happening to my mom. After that revealing conversation with my mother, I discovered that online entities have manipulated her into slowly draining her savings account, racking up credit card debt, and even borrowing against their home. I took her to her old bank, and I found out that indeed she was right. Her bank was mad at her. It turns out that the bank knew of the ongoing fraud for let me say that again, for 2 years. 2 years they knew, yes, they did try to talk sense into her, but one phone call, just one, would have put a stop to it. A call to the local police department, a call to the area of aging, anything that would have brought it to our attention, and we would have saved thousands of dollars for my mother and years of mental anguish for her and our family. And this is ongoing anguish. This is why I sat down and I started working with the Commerce Committee to draft a bill that would finally come to the aid of seniors across the Commonwealth. I started doing my research into prior legislation, only to discover that 14 years have passed with little to no progress. I spoke to representatives, some of which are in this room right now, who have worked on this exact issue, but due to varying reasons, they met resistance. For 14 years, legislation like House Bill 2064 died a death of perfection. Stakeholders fighting to get exactly what they wanted, but resulting in zero progress. 14 years of seniors like my mother being defrauded of their savings, seniors being crushed by the emotional weight of shame because somehow they thought it was their fault. And yes, some seniors even dying from that emotional weight. So as we know, it turns out that I was not the only representative working on this issue. It turns out that the maker of the bill, Representative Hogan, with House Bill 2064, was also hard at work in solving this issue and working with stakeholders. And I want to thank the maker of this bill. And I ask the body to help the maker of this bill, the good gentleman from Bucks County, myself and others, to put a stop to this inaction. Let's pass House Bill 2064 and let's do everything that we can to prevent what has happened to my mother from happening to your mother, your father, your grandparents, and your friends. Let's pass House Bill 2064. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to voice my opposition to House Bill 2064. I want to begin, and this wasn't part of the remarks that I drafted. I, too, have seen a close family member be victimized. My own grandfather was diagnosed with Alzheimer's later in life and was victimized by a con artist who took him from a mental health facility to West Virginia to marry him and was able to proceed and take control of much of his estate. And I only bring this up because I understand and support the noble intent behind this legislation. We all recognize the urgent need to protect our older citizens from the devastating impacts of financial exploitation, fraud, and scams. The desire to safeguard our seniors from financial predators is one that we all naturally share. However, while the proclaimed intent is commendable, the means proposed in this bill are far too broad and grant excessive authority to financial institutions, potentially causing more harm than good to the very individuals we aim to protect. Interestingly, an older adult under this bill is defined as a person who's at least 60 years old. I won't ask for a show of hands of how many people in this legislative body fall within that definition. But no, if you're 60 years or older, this bill applies to you. Please consider, for example, a situation where an older adult may be traveling or temporarily incapacitated and unable to respond promptly to inquiries from their bank. Under the provisions of this bill, the bank could freeze financial transactions if an employee of that institute has reasonable cause to believe that there is or may be financial exploitation of the older adult. Reasonable cause is not defined. Imagine the distress and disruption that this would cause. A person unable to access their funds to pay for medical expenses, housing, or even daily needs. Another example is that of an older adult who may be engaging in legitimate but irregular financial activity, perhaps helping a grandchild with tuition or making a significant purchase. A well-meaning but overly cautious financial institute could interrupt these actions as suspicious and freeze the transaction. This could lead to unnecessary financial hardship and emotional distress, all because of the misjudgment on the part of the institution. Additionally, the bill does not sufficiently outline the criteria for what constitutes reasonable cause, nor does it provide adequate safeguards or oversight mechanisms to prevent misuse of this power. This lack of clarity can lead to inconsistent application and potential abuse, where older adults' assets are frozen without sufficient justification or recourse. We must also consider the burden this bill places on financial institutes to act as a quasi-investigative body, a role for which they are neither equipped nor intended. This shift in responsibility could lead to overly cautious behavior where banks freeze transactions preemptively to avoid liability rather than acting judiciously to protect their consumers. Therefore, while I agree wholeheartedly with the need for stringent measures to protect our older adults from fraud, this bill, as currently written, overreaches and risks causing significant harm to those it aims to protect. I urge my colleagues to consider the potential harms of this well-intentioned but flawed proposal and to seek alternative solutions that more precisely balance protection with due process rights of our older citizens. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 152, the nays are 49. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2232, printers number 3463 on page 2 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Rabb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, I asked for an affirmative vote on an amendment to this bill to make it stronger, thanks to the rigorous collaboration of a wide array of interested parties, including the Center for Rural Pennsylvania. These folks were committed to addressing the staggering impact of land loss by families in rural and urban areas alike. In fact, I was so excited by its passage that I hit the wrong button when voting on it. Alas, mistakes happen. But what the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act seeks to correct is no mistake. It's a statutory shortcoming that since 2011, nearly 24 states have addressed by enacting this bipartisan reform into law. Granted, there's not been a lot of fanfare nor heated debate around this legislation in this body, despite being considered in the Housing and Community Development Committee, the Rules Committee, and the Appropriations Committee. Perhaps it's the terse legalese that saturates this bill. It may also be because this bill addresses an issue that few people think about until it happens to them, if it happens to them at all. If you haven't inherited a farm, land, or a home, this issue may not be something you've thought of. And if you had a surviving parent or grandparent who left you property in their will, this bill may not be particularly relevant to you. However, if you have loved ones or constituents who are property heirs, but whose family member died intestate, this bill's for you. Because whether you represent a rural, suburban, or urban district, you have families that will benefit from this because it can help them preserve generational wealth. Indeed, land ownership and the development value of land, particularly in gentrifying areas across the Commonwealth, are critical components of individual and intergenerational wealth. This bill assists heirs by creating important protections for family members, including requiring an independent appraisal of the value of the home, that notice of a potential sale be provided to all heirs, the opportunity for other members to purchase the home at the appraised value, priority for purchase of the home to family members living in the home, and lastly, a court-supervised mediation process. These crucial safeguards will prevent family members from losing their family home to unscrupulous investors. This bill will also help homeowners across the Commonwealth, from heirs in rural areas trying to keep the family farm or the land in their family, to folks in more urban areas trying to keep the family row home. So whether you embrace the American dream or the promise of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, those beliefs are so much more likely to be realized with the passage of the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act, because they help what for so many Pennsylvania families may be their most valuable monetary or sentimental asset, their family home or farm. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, I humbly ask for an affirmative vote on HB 2232. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. Yeas 102, the nays are 99. The majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passed the House finally, and the clerk was same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2269, printers number 3321 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides marriage equality by repealing the requirement that marriage be between one man and one woman.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now, on that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Clinton and reminds the members, when the bill goes from second to third, it's not lit up. Gotta let it be agreed to and then hit your buttons. Once it's agreed to, you can hit your buttons and it will remain lit for the chair and the team up here to see. Chair recognizes Representative Borowitz from Clinton County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 2269 is trying to make the definition of marriage a civil contract between two individuals. But marriage is not a civil contract between two individuals. Marriage is a sacred covenant institution created by God between a man and a woman. Those that have agreed with me include Barack Obama in 2008, who said marriage is the union between a man and a woman. And in 2006, Joe Biden, defending the Defense of Marriage Act, said marriage is between a man and a woman, and states must respect that. This is not hate, though the news media will portray it as that. This is the Judeo-Christian values and principles this nation is founded on. And marriage and family are one of those bedrocks. I ask my colleagues to oppose House Bill 2269. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Schemmel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 2269, and I would like to submit my remarks for the record.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Benham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a proud queer woman and a proud pastor's daughter. My faith teaches me that we are all made in God's image, fearfully and wonderfully made, and that God accepts and loves us as we are. I'm asking my colleagues to vote yes on HB 2269 because someday I'd like to get married, and I'd like the gender of my partner to not be a barrier one way or the other to that. I'm not asking your church or any other religious entity to host that wedding. Our laws around religious freedom already protect religious institutions who don't want to do that from not having to do that. Besides, who wants to get married in an environment that doesn't support and celebrate you 100%? I'm asking my colleagues to vote yes on HB 2269 because throughout this Commonwealth, there are loving couples raising families together who don't deserve to ever have their family torn apart because court decisions have been overturned. I'm asking my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation because there are young people watching our world today who are afraid. Afraid they will never fit in, afraid that they'll never be accepted, never be loved for who they are. And those young people deserve to know that there are people who look like them, love like them, and live like them, who are fighting for their fundamental freedoms here in their state capital. And I'm asking my colleagues to vote yes on this bill because we are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for equality. We are asking for the Commonwealth to recognize our loving unions regardless of gender. Pennsylvanians believe in freedom and in fairness, and that is all we are asking for today. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Kenyatta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So Madam Speaker, on February 5th, 2022, I woke up first to do an interview randomly, but that tells you how good my husband is that he let me do an interview on our wedding day. But I woke up with butterflies in my stomach, excited that I was gonna get to spend the rest of my life with the best person I know. And I'm grateful to live in a country and to live in a Commonwealth and to live in a time where that's possible, where a guy who I literally met on Instagram, who lived halfway across the country, that we could find each other and build a wonderful family. And so I agree with one of the previous speakers who said family is the bedrock of our society. It is. And it's the bedrock of my life and of my community for me. Madam Speaker, I don't rise today to ask anybody to vote any way other than what their heart dictates. I don't rise today, Madam Speaker, to ask anybody to accept, respect, treat kindly my marriage. I don't need your respect. I don't need your acceptance. I don't need you to understand my relationship or for it to line up with what is taught in your particular faith. What I want and what this bill is about is Pennsylvania, our laws, reflecting settled jurisprudence, which said I'm able to go home to the man that I love and call him my husband because he is. If you still want to fight a cultural war, if you're still upset about my marriage, that is for you, for your God, for your diary, for your whatever. But I will tell you, there are so many people who say, oh my gosh, I can't believe two people are married. We're like, what is it like? It's so special, it's so unique. It's not that unique. My job in the house is to take out the trash, which I miss that sometimes. I had agreed that, if he washed the clothes, I would fold them, but there is a basket somewhere at home waiting for me with my name on it that I need to take care of. And too often, because of the work that we do here, it's left to my husband to walk the dog and to take the things that we need to do to make sure that they're happening. That's what all of our spouses do for us. All of us, each of us who are lucky to be here. And so whether or not you wanted to attend my wedding or you want to attend the wedding of some other couple in Pennsylvania who just wants to be treated with dignity or respect, that's up to you. And frankly, as the gentlewoman from Allegheny said, we didn't want anybody at our wedding who didn't want to be there. We were surrounded by so much love, and I hope the people who can't understand that, I hope that you find what I found, because it is special. It is a bedrock, and the Supreme Court says it is mine, all mine. So God bless you, and I hope that you will vote for this bill.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 133, nays are 68. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative. Bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 82, Referendum number 1798 on page 1. Supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill eliminates CVI requirement to board out-of-state dogs, offer option to quarantine requirements, and exempts certain dogs from license requirements.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passed the House finally. The clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information. The House passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 688. Printers number 1800, page 2, supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill allows for the sale of ready-to-drink cocktails for off-premises consumption with a special permit.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes Majority Chair of Liquor, gentleman from Allegheny, Representative DZ.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 688. Since passing Act 39 of 2016, the Liquor Control Committee has watched the market and consumer demand in this state and tried to answer those demands where possible through legislation. Senate Bill 688 is a largely bipartisan effort, and we work many hours to bring compromise to the table. This bill is the next step in meeting consumer demand. It provides consumers with better access to their desired products, in this particular case, ready-to-drink cocktails. Restaurants, grocery stores, convenience stores, bars, and taverns will all have the ability to purchase a permit to sell these products to go. Beer distributors will also be able to sell these products if they choose. This bill provides consumer convenience of these in-demand liquor products while ensuring the safe sale of the products, and that will always be part of our conversation in creating legislation. Please vote yes on 688. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 163, the nays are 38. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in affirmative. Bill passes the House finally. The clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information. House has passed the bill with amendment in which concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 916, printers number 1786 on page 3 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for Pennsylvania sportsman's plate and establishing the youth hunting and fishing restricted account.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 200, the nays are 1. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in affirmative. Bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence with the information. The House has passed the bill with amendment in which concurrence of the Senate is requested. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up Senate Bill 1144, printers number 1801, on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Nielsen offers A 05417, a technical amendment pursuant to Rule 24. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Transportation, Representative Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for an affirmative vote on Amendment A05417, which is a technical amendment that fixes a couple of drafting errors on some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle's bridge namers. I appreciate an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 201, the nays are 0. The amendment is adopted. Will the House agree to the bill? The question recurs. Senate Bill 1144 with a new printer number 1806. It's agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill designates multiple roads and bridges throughout the Commonwealth.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Kincaid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This legislature names roads and bridges after individuals that have exhibited great heroism and valor. Frequently, these are people that have sacrificed their lives in battle, in emergency responses, and in the line of duty. The dictionary defines heroism as great bravery and conduct exhibited in fulfilling a high purpose or attaining a noble end, the qualities of a hero. Oftentimes, it is associated with high pressure or high publicity events and public figures. But sometimes, heroism is exhibited in the small things, in the minutia. Heroism is showing up daily, both in the spotlight and behind the scenes, with consistency, integrity, honor, kindness, compassion, and positivity in an environment that can be dark, difficult, and stressful. It is in bringing light to the darkness, hope to the hopeless, and humanity to the masses. It is in these ways, and so many countless others, that Sergeant Josue Rocky Saez was a hero to his SEI Camp Hill comrades, his community, and to his family and friends. Sergeant Saez was a dedicated, caring, and irreplaceable frontline officer within SEI Camp Hill. Having served in the Department of Corrections for over 15 years as both an officer and sergeant, he had earned himself the position of first shift diagnostic and classification sergeant, through which he consistently ensured that all operations were covered. Sergeant Saez earned the respect of both staff and inmates alike, serving as a humble yet confident role model to those around him. Sergeant Saez stood up for the good and protected the powerless, both in his work and his home. He died senselessly and tragically on November 4th, 2023, while addressing a noise complaint with a neighbor off duty. His loss will continue to be deeply felt among his peers at SEI Camp Hill, his family and friends, and even among those he supervised and served as an officer. His engaging personality, sincere respect and consideration of others, dedication, and smile will be forever remembered by all who knew and loved him. 2023 marked both the 15th anniversary of his service to the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, as well as the end of his watch. Though nothing will fill the void of such a loss, the renaming of this road will memorialize the service, dedication, sacrifice, and legacy of Sergeant Josue Rocky Saez Jr., both for the staff of SEI Camp Hill and for all who travel this road to the institution. In the words of J.R.R. Tolkien, some believe it is only great power that can hold evil in check. But that is not what I have found. It is the small, everyday deeds of ordinary folk that keep the darkness at bay, small acts of kindness and love. It is for this that Sergeant Josue Rocky Saez Jr. shall always be remembered. So I am proud to join with the gentleman from Dauphin County, Representative Madsen, and the gentlewoman from Cumberland County, Representative Delosier, to have this section of Lisburn Road between Spangler Mill Road and Slate Hill Road in Lower Allen Township, Columbia County, the road that runs in front of SEI Camp Hill, designated as the Sergeant Josue Rocky Saez Jr. Memorial Road. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution have been voted in affirmative. The bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same information to the Senate that the bill has passed the House with amendment in which concurrence of the Senate is requested. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations: House Bill 1865, House Bill 1962, House Bill 2010, House Bill 2162, House Bill 2391, House Bill 2451, Senate Bill 186, Senate Bill 187, Senate Bill 298, Senate Bill 700, Senate Bill 1092, Senate Bill 1231, Senate Bill 1246. For the information of the members, the chair is in receipt of some great information on this day. Our good chairman, Majority Chair of Agriculture, was born. Happy birthday, Mr. Searsucker, Representative Eddie Day Pashinsky. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Resolution 170. Chairs in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 829, House Bill 230. With the information, the Senate has passed the same with amendment in which the concurrence of the House of Representatives is requested. Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 816 and House Bill 2233. With the information, the Senate has passed the same without amendment. Clerk of the Senate being introduced, informed that the Senate has concurred in the amendments made by the House of Representatives to Senate Bill numbered and entitled as follows. Senate Bill 1173. Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 829, House Bill 2233, Senate Bill 1173. Whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Majority Leader moves that the following bill be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations, House Bill 1685. Chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 829, House Bill 2233, and Senate Bill 1173.
Members, the chair is in receipt of information, and the mace might be in big trouble. Chair's understanding the gentleman from Lawrence has a birthday today, too. Happy birthday, Representative Bernstein. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chair is in receipt of a motion by the gentleman from Dauphin, Representative Fleming, that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.